Hey everybody, and welcome. This is HackerFrogs, and I am the Shy Hat. Alright, so today we have a jam-packed stream for you all, just like we have on every other day this month, because it is December, and we are participating in the Advent of Cyber event over at TryHackMe.com. So alright, today we're going to be covering 4 different topics. So first of all, what we're going to do is, let me check my mic levels. Okay, so the mic is going okay, and we're going to be let's turn on a little bit of music since these streams are a little less formal, and let's just start up a little bit of music. Okay, and where should we get our music from? We should get it from over here. Alright, so you should be able to hear some faint background music. Alright, so today what we're going to be doing, first of all, we're going to be covering Day 5 of the Advent of Cyber challenge. And in Day 5, we're going to be covering XXE, XML external entities. This is a type of web app vulnerability. We're going to be covering that with TryHackMe first. And then the second thing we're going to do is we're going to cover the VulNyx machine over here. And the VulNyx machine we're going to cover today is called Wicca, and Wicca is a easy level box from the VulNyx platform, and it involves some Node.js vulnerabilities. So if you're interested in Node.js hacking, then you definitely want to check that out. That's going to be in the in about 30 or 40 minutes. We're going to be covering this, and then after that, we're going to go back to TryHackMe. And we're going to cover the TryHackMe Day 6 challenge. So after Day 5, there's all this stuff for Day 5, but we're going to be covering all that. And then we're going to get into, we're going to get caught up with Day 6 afterwards. And Day 6 has to do with sandboxing and executing malware inside of sandboxes. So look forward to that. That's going to be the third topic of the day. And finally, after all of that, we're going to be covering some hacking practice. So there's a Windows box that I haven't done any hacking against before. It's called not this one, but another one. Let me sign back in, and let me get the name of this challenge. The name of this challenge is Run As. And this is another easy Windows box that we're going to be hacking against. Once again, I have not taken a look at this challenge before, so we're going to be going into it with fresh eyes. So that's going to be the last piece of content for today's stream. But without further ado, let's get into today's first activity, and the first activity is going to be TryHackMe. So this is a guided walkthrough for Day 5 of TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber event. It is task number 11, and let us begin. So the days in Wareville flew by, and Software's projects were nearly complete, just in time for Christmas. One evening, after wrapping up work, Software was strolling through the town when he came across a young boy looking dejected. Curious, Software asked, "What would you like for Christmas?" The boy replied with a sigh, "I wish for a teddy bear, but I know my family can't afford one." This brief conversation sparked an idea in Software's mind. What if there was a platform where everyone in town could share their Christmas wishes, and the mayor's office could help them make them come true? Excited by the potential, Software introduced the idea to Mayor Malware, who embraced it immediately. The mayor encouraged the team to build up the platform for the people of Wareville. Through the developers' dedication and effort, the platform was soon ready and became an instant hit. The townspeople loved it. However, in their rush to meet the holiday deadline, the team had overlooked something critical. Thorough security testing. Even Mayor Malware had chipped in to help develop a feature in the final hours. Now it's up to you to ensure the application is secure and free of vulnerabilities. Can you guarantee the platform runs safely for the people of Wareville? Okay, so let's take a look at today's learning objectives. Understand the basic concepts concepts related to XML. Explore XML external entity, XXE, and its components. Learn how to exploit the vulnerability. Understand remediation measures. Alright, so we're going to be talking about this concept over here called extensible external entities. So we need to learn a couple of things first. So some important concepts include something like extensible markup language, which is called XML. XML is a commonly used method to transport and store data in a structured format that humans and machines can easily understand. Consider a scenario where two computers need to communicate and share data. Both devices need to agree on a common format for exchanging information. This agreement format is known as XML. You can think of XML as a digital filing cabinet. Just as a filing cabinet has folders with labeled documents inside, XML uses tags to label and organize information. These tags are like folders that define the type of data stored. This is what an XML looks like, a simple piece of text information organized into a structured manner. Okay, so we've got inside these people tags here, there's these name tags here identifying a name, which is glitch. And then inside the address tags here, there's an address, which is whereville. And then the email is inside the email tags, and the phone number is inside the phone tag over here. Alright. In this case, the tags people, name, address, etc. are like folders in the filing cabinet, and now they store the data about glitch. The content inside the tags like glitch, whereville, and this number over here represent the actual data being stored. Like before, the key benefit of XML is that it is easily shareable and customizable, allowing you to create your own tags. So we're talking now about the document type definition, otherwise known as the DTD. Now that the two computers have agreed to share data in a common format, what about the structure of the format? Here is where the DTD comes into play. A DTD is a set of rules that defines the structure of an XML document. Just like a database scheme, it acts as a blueprint, telling you what elements, tags, and attributes are allowed in an XML file. Think of it as a guideline that ensures that XML documents follow a specific structure. For example, if we want to ensure that an XML document about people will always include a name, address, email, and phone number, we would define those rules through a DTD as shown below. Okay, so over here, so the doc type is about people. These are the different elements that need to go into the document. So in people, we need a name, address, email, and phone number. In the above DTD, element defines the elements or tags that are allowed, like name, address, email, and phone, whereas PC data stands for parsed people data, meaning it will consider of just plain text. Okay, so next let's talk about entities. So far, both computers have agreed on the format, the structure of the data, and the type of data that they will share. Entities in XML are placeholders that allow the insertion of large chunks of data or referencing internal or external files. They assist in making the XML file easy to manage, especially when the same data is repeated multiple times. Entities can be defined internally within the XML document or externally, referencing data from an outside source. For example, an external entity references data from an external file or resource. In the following code, the entity and ext could refer to an external file located at http tryhackme.com robots.txt, which would be loaded into the XML if allowed by the system. Okay, so there's an entity, it's an external, and it will include this file right here at this URL. Okay. We're specifically discussing external entities because it is one of the main reasons that XXE is introduced if not properly managed. XML external entity, XXE. After understanding XML and how entities work, we can now explore the XXE vulnerability. XXE is an attack that takes advantage of how XML parsers handle external entities. When a web application processes an XML file that contains an external entity, the parser attempts to load or execute whatever resource the entity points to. If necessary, sanitization is not in place, the attacker may point the entity to any malicious source or code, causing the undesired behavior of the web app. For example, if a vulnerable XML parser processes this external entity definition, so over here, entity THM file is equal to file etc password. So this is referencing the local system and the file etc password. This, of course, assumes that we're on some sort of Linux or Unix system. So here the and THM file refers to the sensitive file etc password on a system. When the XML is processed, the parser will try and load and display the contents of that file, exposing sensitive information to the attacker. In the upcoming task, we will examine how XXE works and how to exploit it. Okay, so connecting to the machine. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card shown below. Do we need to start the attack box today? Yes. Do I need to start a VM today? Yes. Okay, so we're going to click on the green start button below to start the virtual machine. So alright, we're going to break here and we're going to start up the machines that are required for today's exercise. First of all, click on this green start machine button over here, and then after you've done that, go up to the top of the web page, and at the top of the web page, click on Start Attack Box. This is going to start up the 2 virtual machines we need to solve today's challenge. So go ahead and at the top of the web page here, click on this button called Start Attack Box, and then you'll see that your browser pane is going to split into 2. So the left-hand side here is the TryHackMe webpage, and the right-hand side here is the attack box, which is loading up. So the attack box is going to take about 1 or between 2 and 3 minutes, I think, to load up. So while it's loading up, what we're going to do is we're going to review what else we're going to be doing in this room. So we're just going to scroll back down. Over to here. Okay, so we're now at the practical section. So now that you understand the basic concepts related to XML and XXE, we will analyze an application that allows users to view and add products to their carts and perform the checkout activity. You can access the Wareville application hosted on this IP address right here. This application allows users to request their Christmas wishes. Okay, so what is the flow of the application? As a penetration tester, it is important to first analyze the flow of the application. First, the user will browse through the products and add the item of interest to their wish list at this endpoint right here, which is the product.php endpoint. Click on the Add to Wish List under Wareville's Jolly Cap as shown below. Alright, so we need to wait for a little bit while the attack box finishes initializing over here. But luckily, I've got a bird video to show everybody, and I don't know if you are all tired of watching my bird videos, but this is my bird feeder, and we're just waiting for the attack box to finish loading up, but we've got a few moments to watch a little bird video. Okay, so over here, this is my new bird feeder. I think this footage was taken maybe a week or 2 ago, and yeah, there's all sorts of birds that come over to the bird feeder. These are some house sparrows, but I actually wanted to highlight one special bird that's going to come up in just a few seconds. So let's just skip around. Okay, so this is the bird right here. So let's see him come on in. So this bird right here is called a spotted towhee. It's a type of sparrow, I think, but it's got some beautiful plumage, and you might notice that the bird has red eyes. So the bird's head is black, and it's got little spots over here, and it's got a white chest with orange accents here, and it's got red eyes, which is kind of unusual. And GX00 says bird is the word. Yeah. So it's a little bit bigger than their house sparrow, but it's smaller than the Stellar's jay, which is going to come up and scare it away in just a couple seconds. But it's a fun little bird. Unfortunately, it's very shy, and it doesn't actually come to the feeder very often. Alright, but welcome to the stream, GX00. We're just covering the yesterday's challenge from the TryHackMe. GX00 says they love your nuts. Well, I put out the peanuts, and they sure do eat them. All right. Anyways, it was good to see you at the Christmas party yesterday, and if anybody else knows has a Christmas cybersecurity event coming up, I highly encourage you to go and watch those, because it's a good opportunity to mingle with your fellow cybersecurity professionals and students. Okay, so our attack box is finished loading up. We just need to click into this terminal over here and hit enter to dismiss it. And then we're going to start up the attack box's web browser. So the web browser in this case is Firefox, and you just need to click on this button and start it up. And afterwards we can access the product page over here. So let's copy the URL for the product page, and then afterwards in the attack box web browser, let's paste. Oh, it doesn't want to paste. Okay, so we're gonna have to click on this button over here, the control bar, and open up the clipboard. So in the clipboard, we're gonna paste in the URL for the product page. Then we're gonna close the clipboard, and then we're going to highlight the URL address bar and paste in the product page. Hit enter, and then we will be at the web app. Okay, so it looks like, well, this view is a bit big. Let me shrink this down a little bit. It also looks like the web browser is a bit slow to respond. Let me try to shrink this down. Yeah, okay. All right, this looks a little bit better. Let's shrink this down a little bit more, and maybe a little more. Okay, this is better. All right, so we need to add this to our wish list. So we can just click on this button here, which is labeled Add to Wish List, and it says Item successfully added to the wish list. And then we need to access the wish list. So it says here, after adding products to the wish list, click on the cart button or visit this page to see the products added to the cart. So what we can do is there's supposed to be a button over here. Okay, we can click on this button over here that's called cart. And then we see here that the cap has been added to our cart. And then we're going to proceed to the checkout. So just click on this button here. And then we need to fill in some information. So full name and then address. So for this one over here, I'm going to fill in HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. And for the address, I'm going to put in test. And then I'm going to click on this button here, which is labeled complete checkout. All right, it says wish successful. Your wish has been saved as wish number 21. So it says wish 21 indicates the wishes placed by a user on the website. Once you click on wish 21, you will see a forbidden page because the details are only accessible to admins. But we can try to bypass this and access other people's wishes. This is what we will try to perform the task. So like the page says, if we try to click on this link over here for wish number 21, we'll see this error message over here. It says error, Santa's elves are the only one that can read wishes, smiley face. Okay, so it says here what we're going to do is we're going to intercept the request. Before discussing exploiting XXE on the web, let's learn how to interpret the request. First, we need to configure the environment so that, as a pentester, all web traffic from our browser is routed through Burp Suite. This allows us to see and manipulate the requests that we browse. We will use Burp Suite, a powerful web vulnerability scanner, to intercept and modify requests for this exploitation. You can access Burp Suite in the attack box. On the desktop of the attack box, you will see a Burp Suite icon as shown below. So this is the icon for the Burp Suite Community Edition. So first of all, what we need to do in the attack box is we need to minimize the window for the web browser, and then afterwards we need to click on the Burp Suite Community icon, which is located right here. So at the right hand side of the screen there's this blue icon. It's labeled Burp Suite Community Edition. Go ahead and click on that, and then Burp Suite is going to start up. So it's going to take just a little bit to load up. Okay, so what else do we see here? Once you click on the icon, Burp Suite will open with its introductory screen. You will see a message like "Welcome to Burp Suite." Click on the next button. Okay, so this is the introduction screen that the page was talking about. So just click on the orange next button over here, and then click on the orange Start Burp button over here. So after that, you're going to see Burp Suite load up. So it says here, once Burp Suite has started, you will see its main interface with different tabs, such as Proxy, Intruder, Repeater, and others. So we're just going to dismiss this message here. So we've got our dashboard, our target, our proxy, our intruder. So these are all the different Burp Suite tools, and we're going to be interacting with them in just a second. Inside Burp Suite, click the Settings tab at the top right. You will see Burp's Browser option available under the Tools section. Enable Allow Burp's Browser to run without a sandbox option, and then click on the Close icon on the top right corner of the Settings tab as shown below. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go over to the Settings button over here, and then we're going to click on it. And then afterwards, we're going to click on this over here, which is labeled Burp's Browser. And then we're going to go down to the Browser Running section over here. So this is a special setting that you have to enable in order to get Burp's Browser to start on the attack box. So go ahead and click on that button over here, and then afterwards we can close out the settings. So after this is checked, we go up to the Settings Close Window button and close it. Okay, and then afterwards we're going to go to the Proxy tab. So we go from the Dashboard tab to the Proxy tab over here. So click on that, and then what we need to do is we need to click on the Open Browser button. So in the Proxy tab, we click on the Open Browser button over here, and that's going to start up the Burp Browser. The Burp Browser is a web browser that is connected to Burp Suite. So while that opens up, we're going to get the URL for the product page one more time, and it's over here. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to open up my clipboard, and in the clipboard I'm going to paste in the URL for the product page. After we've done that, we're going to go to Burp's Browser over here, and this is the Burp Suite browser. It automatically opens up to the Portswigger website here. That's normal. So just click on the address bar and then paste in the URL for the web application product page. So after you've done that, hit enter. Oh, it looks like there's one more thing we need to do. Okay, so the reason why this isn't going is because we haven't set the proxy properly. So okay, we're going to minimize the Burp Suite browser, and then we're going to go to Proxy and then Intercept. So we need to click on Intercept here, and we need to click on this button that says Intercept On, and we need to make sure that it says Intercept Off. So this is something we should do every time we start up Burp Suite, because otherwise it's going to make interacting with the Burp Suite browser very difficult. So go ahead and click Intercept On, and it'll switch Intercept to Off. And this is what we want, because when intercept is on, we have to manually approve each one of our web requests, which is a big pain in the butt. So now that intercept is off, we're going to minimize Burp Suite, and then we're going to go back to the Burp browser over here. Okay, so we should be on the Wareville wishlist page. So let's make this a little smaller. Okay, so we can click on Add to Wishlist on the Wareville's Jolly Cap item over here. And then after we've done that, we can scroll over to this button over here. And this button, if I can... Okay, so click on the button, and then click on the cart. Okay, so now that we're on the cart page, we can click on Proceed to Checkout. And then once we're at Proceed to Checkout, we need to put in our name and our address again. So it's going to be HackerFrogs, like and subscribe, and the address is going to be test. So after that, we're going to click on Complete Checkout. Okay, so it says wish successful, your wish has been saved as wish number 22. Alright, so now let's go back to the TryHackMe page and see what's going on here. Okay, so we started up Burp Suite, and then we did all of our settings over here. So after allowing the browser to run without a sandbox, you will now be able to start the browser with the pre-configured Burp Suite's proxy, navigate to the Open Browser button, okay, so we've done that, and browse to the URL so that all the requests are intercepted. Yes, we've done that. Okay. Once you browse the URL, all of your requests are intercepted and can be seen under the Proxy HTTP History tab. So let's demonstrate this. So let's minimize the browser in the attack box, and then go over to Burp Suite. Inside of Burp Suite, under Proxy HTTP History, so once again, that's Proxy HTTP History, just click on the History tab here. We see that all of the different requests that we sent to this IP address, they've all been recorded. So we've got our wish list, posting our wish list, and then when we go to the cart, we've got our requests over here. So this is where we have our request, and then we can also see the response by clicking on this tab over here. These are the responses that the web browser sent to our web browser. The web server. This is what the web server sent to our web browser, rather. Okay. So it says here, what is happening in the backend? Now when you visit this URL, so the product page, and click on Add to Wishlist, an AJAX call is made to the wishlist.php with the following XML is input. So we've got here, so inside this wishlist, so this is a XML code over here, and it's being sent to wishlist.php. In the above XML, product ID tag contains the ID of the product, which is 1 in this case. Now let's review the Add to Wishlist request logged in Burp Suite's HTTP History option under the Proxy tab. As discussed above, the request contains XML being addressed as a post request, as shown below. Okay, so let's take a look at wishlist.php. So this is a post request, and under the Proxy HTTP History tab, you should be able to see this one over here. You'll see the URL goes to wishlist.php, and it is a post request, as opposed to these other ones which are get requests. So go ahead and click on the wishlist request over here, and then we're going to scroll. I think I can make this a little bigger. Okay, and then we're going to scroll down inside the request. So inside the request, this is the XML code that they're talking about right here. So wishlist item product ID is equal to 1, okay? User ID is equal to 1. So let's take a look at what's going on here. The wishlist.php accepts the request and parses the request using the following code. So it's going to echo item added to your wish list successfully. After it does, it sets up a variable over here, and I'm not completely sure what the PHP code is doing, but it echoes item is added to your wish list successfully. Alright, so preparing the payload. When a user sends specifically crafted XML data to the application, the line, this one over here, libxml disable entity loader false, allows the XML parser to load external entities. This means the XML input can include external file references or requests to remote servers. When the XML is processed by simple XML load string with the libxml noent option, the web app resolves external entities, allowing attackers access to sensitive files or allowing them to make unintended requests to the server. What if we updated the XML request to include references for external entities? We use the following XML instead of the above XML. Okay, so this is the same. Okay, Kiri Bloodrose has just rated the channel with 4 viewers. Whispers and Snow says, they're trashing our rights, man. They're trashing the flow of data. They're trashing. Hack the planet. Okay, well, I've got just the redeem for that. And welcome Raiders. And Kiri Bloodrose, what fun were you getting at? Kiri Bloodrose, what fun were you getting to on your stream? Right now, what we're doing is we're doing a guided walkthrough for day 5. We're doing a guided walkthrough for day 5 of TryHackMe Advent of Cyber. And we should be done in just a little bit. Afterwards, we're going to be doing some a walkthrough of a CTF box. All right, thank you very much for following, Kiri Bloodrose and Whisper of Snow. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Sentaku Media says, Kiri raid. Thank you very much for raiding, everybody. So my name is the Shy Hat, and well, what I'm doing right now is I'm doing a little guided walkthrough for this activity, this exercise over at TryHackMe. This is an event called Advent of Cyber, and they do it every year, and every day they have got a little mini exercise for everybody. But anyways, let's get just did day 6, says Kiri Bloodrose. Oh, you were also doing Advent of Cyber. Great, yeah. So this is going to, well, this is day 5. So it's not exactly the same thing. We will be doing day 6, but maybe a little bit later in today's stream. But let's continue on with getting through day 5. So over here, we will use the following XML instead of the above XML. So what we're doing here is we're adding some extra information to the XML data here. So doc type is going to be foo, and it's going to be an entity with the I guess it's going to be called payload, and the system is going to be the file that's going to be used is etc hosts. All right, and we also include the word payload inside of the XML over here. When we send this updated XML payload, the first 2 lines introduce an external entity called payload. The line entity payload system etc hosts tells the XML parser to replace the and payload reference with the contents of the file etc hosts on the server. When the XML is processed, instead of a normal product ID, the application will try and load and include the contents of the file specified in the entity etc hosts. Kiri Bloodrose says, I hope we got you to your follower goal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the raid, and I appreciate all the viewers I can get. Thank you very much. And let's see. I'll give you. So to anybody who isn't following Kiri Bloodrose, let's shout out their channel. Oops. Shout out. There you go. We definitely want as many cybersecurity content creators as possible here on Twitch. All right, so let's continue. Okay, so exploitation. Now let's perform the exploitation by repeating the request we captured earlier. The Burp Suite tool has a feature known as the repeater that allows you to send multiple HTTP requests. We will use this feature to duplicate our HTTP post request and send it multiple times to exploit this vulnerability. Right-click on the wishlist.php post request and click on Send to Repeater. Okay. So, alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to click on... So this is the request right here. It's the post request to wishlist.php. And what we need to do is we need to right-click on it and then select Send to Repeater. This option over here, after you right-click. You're going to see the Repeater tab light up orange like this. Afterwards, you can click on the Repeater tab, and you're going to see that the request has been sent to the repeater here, and we can actually replay this request multiple times in order to exploit the this web app. Okay. So we've just done what was requested over here. Place the mouse cursor inside the repeater tab in Burp Suite and press Ctrl-V or paste the payload in the above highlighted area. Okay, so what we're going to do is this. We're going to go ahead and grab this XML here. So we're just going to grab all of it, and then we're going to copy, and then we're going to go over to this button over here, and we're going to paste this into the attack box's clipboard. So we're going to delete whatever is already in the clipboard, and then we're going to paste. We're going to see the code get inserted into the clipboard. Then we're going to close the clipboard with this button here. And inside of the Burp Suite repeater over here, we're going to highlight all of this code. So we're going to go up. We're going to highlight all the code over here, and we're going to delete it. So hit delete. And then afterwards, we're going to paste in the code from the TryHackMe website. So select and use this button over here, paste. Okay. So this is the new payload that inserts a new XML entity with a request. So what this request is trying to do is it's trying to read the etc host file on the web server. So as soon as we click the send button here, then the request is going to go through, and we need to click on the response tab to see what actually was the response from the request. So you see here that we actually do have we do get the output from reading the etc host file on the web server. So another interesting thing about Burp Suite is we can actually see this as it would be rendered out on a web browser. We just need to, so inside the response, we can go from pretty to raw to hex to render. So render is the button we want to do, we want to click on to get the web browser view for this output. So it says loading. Okay, so this is what we would see if this was rendered inside a web browser. So this is the contents of the etc host file, which means we did manage to read a file, a protected file on the web server. Okay. Okay, so we just did all of this stuff over here. Okay, so when we click send, the server processed the malicious XML payload, which included the external entity reference to etc hosts. As a result, the wishlist.php page responded with the contents of the etc host file, leading to an XXE vulnerability. So it is time for some action. Now that you've identified a vulnerability in the application, it's time to see it in action. Mixkitty Software has tasked us with finding loopholes, and we've successfully uncovered one in the wish.php endpoint. But our work doesn't end there. Let's take it a step further and access the potential impact that this vulnerability could have on the application. So earlier we discovered a page accessible only by administrators, which seems like an exciting target. What if we could use the vulnerability we've found to access sensitive information, like the wishes placed by the townsfolk? Now that our objective is clear, let's leverage the vulnerability we discovered to read the contents of each of the wishes pages and demonstrate the full extent of this flaw to help Mixgiddy secure the platform. To get started, let's recall that the page is only accessible by admins /wishes wish1.txt. Using this path, we need to guess the potential absolute path of the file. Typically, the web applications are hosted on var www.html. With that in mind, let's build our new payload and read the wishes while leveraging this vulnerability. Cleary Bloodrose says, I'm trying to get back into doing cybersecurity streams again. And Carrie Bloodrose says, it was hard to find another streamer doing Advent of Cyber, not gonna lie. Were there, well, I mean, usually the number of cybersecurity streamers is kind of limited on Twitch in general. But if you wanted to see who's streaming cybersecurity on Twitch, there's this website over here called InfoSec Streams, and you can always take a look at the website, and it'll usually tell you who is streaming cybersecurity stuff. I'm not listed as online. That's kind of fake, but Fixit and Cyber Warrior Studios are online right now, apparently. And if you're not part of this page, Carrie Bloodrose, let me search. Okay, so you're not part of the page. I think what we can do is you can request. So what you can do is you can read the FAQ over here, and you can actually let's read it. Let's go over it really quick. Let's see. Can I contribute to the list? If you're a new streamer, if you have a new streamer to add, you're encouraged to contribute edits and can be made by issuing a pull request or raising the issue. So, yeah, you can go ahead and add yourself to the InfoSec Streams list, Carrie Bloodrose. And, yeah, that's definitely would love to see you streaming more on Twitch. Carrie Bloodrose says, I stream too much variety to request. Well, as long as you're streaming some sort of cybersecurity stuff, I'm sure it would be okay. All right. But anyways, let's go back and finish off this activity. Okay, it says, note, not all web applications use the path var www.html, but web servers typically use it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use this new payload over here, and this is very similar to the other payload we were using, except that the file path is changed. And we're going to change our file path to var www.html, which is wish1.txt. So let's do this manually. So over in the request portion over here, we're going to modify the file path over here, and we're going to change it from etc hosts to var www.html wishes wish_1.txt. Okay, so after that's done, we're going to click on send, and then we're going to go to the response. So in the response it says product. Okay, so we were able to read the contents of the wish.txt file over here. So surprisingly, we got lucky that our assumption worked. The next thing to do is see whether or not we can view more wishes using our discovery. To do this, let's try replacing the wish1.txt with wish2.txt. So let's go back. We can change up the number for the wish from wish1 to wish2, and then send this, and then take a look at the response. So what we need to do is we need to keep on iterating over the number of wishes, and what we want to do here is we want to find a flag. So I'm going to give you a heads up that the wish that we actually want to read is wish number 15. So after we send this request, inside the response, we see a flag. So the flag is THM brute forcing my way. Okay. So when we use the web browser view, we actually can't highlight anything. So we're just going to go back to the pretty view over here, and then we're going to copy the flag. So just copy the flag, and then go over to this button over here and go to the clipboard and then highlight this over here, THM brute forcing my way, copy it, then go down to here. What is the flag discovered after navigating the wishes? We're going to submit this flag here and then click on submit. Okay, that's done. Then we're going to go back up and we're going to finish off today's exercise. So as a result, we were able to view the next wish. You may observe that you just incremented the number value by 1. Given this, you may continue checking the other wishes and see all the wishes stored in the application. So we just took a look at a few different wishes, and we were able to get the flag by accessing flag number 15. So after iterating through the wishes, we have proved the potential impact of the vulnerability, and anyone who leverages this could read the wishes submitted by the townspeople of Wareville. It was confirmed that the application was vulnerable and the developers were not at fault, since they only wanted to give the townspeople something before Christmas. However, it became evident that bypassing security testing led to an application that did not securely handle incoming requests. So as soon as the vulnerability was discovered, McSkitty promptly coordinated with the developers to implement the necessary mitigations. The following proactive approach helped to address the potential risks against XXE attacks. So what can we do to mitigate against XXE attacks? We can disable external entity loading. The primary fix is to disable external entity loading into your XML parser. In PHP, for example, you would prevent XXE by setting libxml disable entity loader true before processing the XML. And we can also validate and sanitize user input. Always validate and sanitize the XML input received from users. This ensures that only expected data is processed, reducing the risk for malicious content being included in the request. For example, remove suspicious keywords like /etc hosts, /etc password, etc. from the request. After discovering the vulnerability, McSkitty immediately remembered that a changelog file exists within the web application, stored at the following endpoint, so the URL and then changelog. After checking, it can be seen that someone pushed the vulnerable code within the application after software's team. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to access this on our own inside our web browser. So in the attack box, we're going to minimize Burp Suite, and then we're going to go back to our regular web browser inside the attack box. And here we're going to modify the address bar, and after the number 51 and the slash, we're going to delete everything, and we're going to replace this with changelog, and then hit enter. Okay, so we've got some so fix the web wishlist.php page, and then we have a flag over here, THM Mayor Malware Backdoors. Alright, great. So we're going to copy this flag, and as usual, we need to go over to our clipboard over here, and in the clipboard, highlight the flag and copy it again, close the clipboard, and then go down here. So before we submit the flag, let's finish off the text for today's lesson. So with this discovery, McSkitty still couldn't confirm whether the mayor intentionally made the application vulnerable. However, the mayor had already become suspicious, and McSkitty began to formulate theories against his possible involvement. Okay, so we're going to answer the questions to finish off the room. The second question is, what is the flag seen on the possible proof of sabotage? So that was the changelog file. We click into here, paste in the flag, click on submit. And the next question is, if you want to learn more about XXE injection attack, check out the XXE room. Okay, we don't need to answer a question. Click on complete. And here, following McSkitty's advice, software recently hardened the server. It used to have many unneeded open ports, but not anymore. Not that this matters in any way. Okay, so this might be some sort of hint as to the advanced challenge, but we're not going to be covering the advanced challenge in these walkthroughs. Anyways, click on complete, and then we're finished. We're finished day 5. Okay, so thank you very much for watching this guided walkthrough of day 5 of TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber event. There are many more days to go, and we will see you next time. And that's what I'm going to be putting in my YouTube video. But thank you very much for watching this walkthrough. We're just going to do a little bit of cleanup because we need to close out our attack box over here. So we're just going to click on this button here to terminate our attack box machine. And we're going to go back up to the top of the TryHackMe webpage, and we're going to click on terminate here to terminate the vulnerable web server. So click on terminate and done. Okay. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we're going to shift on to our second piece of content for today's stream. And the second piece of content is a guided walkthrough, another guided walkthrough, but this is going to be different. It's going to be a guided walkthrough for this machine over here on the VulNyx website. So this machine is called Wicca. It is spooky. But before we can start the challenge, we need to start up the virtual machine associated with the challenge. These machines are all machines that you need to download and deploy on your own virtual machine network. And so I've just got my virtual machine starting up over here. So in a few moments, the machine will have started up, and then we can see what IP address we need to hack against. Okay. So this is the Wicca server. It lives at IP address 10.02.74, and there's a login page over here, but we're not going to log in this way. We're going to log in another way. Okay, so before I start, I'm just going to take a little sip of water because I've been talking for about an hour now. Let me just going to mute my mic for just a second or two while I have a little sip of water. Jugpearl says, can you show the network config for the VM? Yeah, I can show it. Okay, so over in... So I don't know if you can see that very well, but so this is the settings for the Wicca machine. If I go over to the network tab, so I've got this attached to the NAT network, which means that only machines inside the network can communicate with each other. These NAT network machines can also communicate with the internet, because my attacker machine is also on this network, I want my attacker machine to be able to communicate with the internet. So this is just going to be on the same network. In this case, it's called NAT network A, and afterwards. So that's the network setting for this particular box. Okay, so let's get started. So everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Wicca machine on the VulNyx website. It is a low-level machine, and let's get started with our enumeration. So the first thing we like to do when we do enumeration against a CTF box like this is we like to run the nmap program, and the nmap program is a program which lets us know which open ports are available on a particular server on a network. And in this case, we're going to be scanning against this IP address right here, 10.02.74, and we're going to run it with the following arguments. So we're going to run it very verbose with the -V, which is going to let us see results from the scan before the scan is finished. We're going to run it against all ports with -P-. We're going to run it with 4 threads, which is very fast but not too fast, with -T4. And we're going to run it with common scripts against any, we're going to run common scripts against any services we find with -S_C. And we're going to run versioning information with -S_V. Clear Bridlow says, I'm going to do a gig for a bit. I'll be lurky. Nice meeting you. Nice to meet you too, Carrie Bloodrose. And I hope you do more streams with cybersecurity. And good. I mean, if you're able to join the InfoSec streams, that would be great. Okay. All right. So Now that we have our nmap scan all ready to go, let's run the program. Okay, so we find 3 ports available on the system. There's port 22, port 80, and port 5000. So port 22 and port 80 are typical TCP ports, but port 5000 is a bit unusual. So we see here that port 22 is running SSH, OpenSSH software with version 9.2. We see that port 80 is running an HTTP server, a web server that is, with Apache software version 2.4.57. And we see that port 5000 is running HTTP with a Node.js server. So this is called Express Middleware. All right, that's very interesting. All right, so the first thing I like to do when I discover some web servers, especially some web servers on non-standard ports, I like to run a Nikto scan on them. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner, and so the syntax is not super difficult. If you want to run it with all the tests, you run it with a capital C all and -H and provide an IP address to scan against. So in this case, we're going to scan this IP address, but we're going to scan it on port 5000, which is where the Node.js port is. And then, so it's going to show us this header right here, which is Express. Express is the standard web browser software for Node.js. Okay, so what else can we do? Another thing we could do is we could manually enumerate the website by using our web browser. So in the web browser, we're going to go over to HTTP and then the IP address, which is 10.0274. And explicitly, we have to specify port 5000 like this. Okay, so it's we've got some sort of web app here. It says, "What is your name?" And we're just gonna put in a test and hit enter. And after we've done this, it says "Welcome test." And we also see here that the URL over here now has a couple of URL parameters. So there's the name parameter, which is equal to test, and the token parameter, which is equal to some number over here. So this indicates to me that there might be some sort of injection that we can do on the web app. So we're going to mess around with the parameters up here. So we're going to change name to test and token equals test. Let's take a look here. Okay. So after we did that, we got some sort of error over here. So it says reference error, test is not defined. So this is what is called a trace dump or a stack dump, I think. And this basically reveals to us that we might be able to inject commands into this Node.js app over here. So let's talk a little bit more about what Node.js is. Okay, so what we're going to be doing in this walkthrough is we're going to do some Node.js OS command injection. Node.js is a runtime environment that allows JavaScript to write many different types of applications, including software for running web servers. Node.js apps can be vulnerable to OS command injection if they're written insecurely, particularly if the app fails to sanitize user input. Okay, so how do we take advantage of Node.js apps that are insecurely written? So there's a particular web page that I referenced when I was doing this particular challenge, and it's this one over here. So this is a GitHub page. It says Node.js Red Team Cheat Sheet. A curated list of Node.js command injection (RCE) payloads. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to feed the application something that's going to execute code. So let's see. Let's identify. So I'm looking for something that has okay, something like this. So .end required child process sync who am I? Okay. So what we would do is okay, I think I'm looking for something that's res as well. Res. So let's see. Sorry, I should have taken some better notes. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the web application, and in the web application we're going to replace the token URL parameter with the injected payload. And in this case, let me craft my payload. I just need to do some encoding. So URL encoder. And we're going to decode because I've got my payload over here, and decode it. Okay, and what we're going to do is, so this is my reverse shell string that I'm going to be using later on. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do just a little test. So the test is going to be to run this command right here, which is the whoami command. So I'm going to get this, and then in the web application here, we're going to replace the token value over here, and we're going to put in this Node.js command over here, which is going to run the whoami command. So when we run this, it's going to tell us that we are the Alistair user. So this means that we have OS command injection on the system, and from there what we can do is we can try to get a reverse shell on the system. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our Kali Linux terminal here, and I'm going to run a bash terminal. Kali Linux by default uses a ZSH terminal, but to do our netcat shell upgrade, we can't use a ZSH terminal. So I'm going to run bash to start a bash terminal. And after we've done that, we're going to run our netcat listener on port 443. So the netcat listener is going to listen for incoming reverse shells from the web server. And after we set this up, there's going to be a listening connection on our Kali Linux machines 443, which we want to reach out to from the web server to get a connection to the vulnerable web server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my payload that is going to start the reverse connection. So it's going to be this. And what this is so this is the same format, but what we're doing now Jugpearl says, why reverse shell payload? You encode it into the URL encode, but the who am I payload worked without encode. So it really depends on some of the characters, some of the special characters you put in the command. So sometimes the special characters are going to be okay, but if you use other special characters, then it's going to screw up, and you're going to need to encode it. But I'm going to try sending this unencoded, but we'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, then we're going to have to encode it and try again. So the command that's going to send out the reverse shell connection is this one right here. This is known as the netcat named pipes reverse shell payload, and I usually use this payload. It's usually effective and it usually works, but it takes advantage of Linux named pipes in order to run netcat input and output through it. But anyways, let's copy this payload and go back to the web app here. So in the web app, we're going to replace our previous payload with our new payload, and we're going to see if it works. So we're going to run this payload. So right, this didn't work because there's probably some special character that isn't being interpreted properly, and that's what causes this command to not work. So we're going to go back and we're going to encode this. So this is the encoded version over here, and I'm just going to copy this and then go back to the application. So in the application, we're going to replace the previous payload with the encoded one, and then we're going to send that. When we send it, we see that the page hangs. So we see it hanging here. It's trying to load, but it's not finishing, which means we probably got a response from this command. So if we go back to our Kali Linux terminal, we see that we received a connection from the web server on this port over here, which means we got initial access. If we ask who we are, it says that we are the Alistair user. So because we've broken into a server, we have to put on our scary hacker voice.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. We put on Scary Hacker Voice Man every time we break into a server, and we have to do an evil laugh, and then say, "We're in."
Okay, so now that we're in, the first thing we want to do is we want to upgrade our netcat shell. Because our shell was received using netcat, it's actually not very functional. We can't do file autocomplete with our tab button, and we can't do command history, and we can't do text editor. We can't use a terminal text editor. So we want to fix this. So the first part we need to do to upgrade our shell is to upgrade it partially using Python. So we have to find out if Python exists on this web server. And we see that there's a Python 3 installed on the web server. So we're going to use Python 3 to upgrade our shell partially with this command right here. Oh, I did invalid syntax. Import. Okay, I did a spelling mistake. Let me try that again. Python 3 import pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, so we've upgraded our shell partially using Python with this command right here, which makes use of the sudo terminal module over here. And then we spawned a sudo terminal bin bash terminal. Okay, so the second part that we need to do to fully upgrade our shell is to first background our shell with Control-Z, and then we need to run this command. So it's going to be stty-a to get some configuration information, such as rows 27 and columns 111. we're going to need to use these in a command later. The second step is to run stty raw -echo, and then we need to type in fg. When we type in fg, we won't see anything, but the command is going through nonetheless. So type fg, enter to go back to our netcat shell. And then we're going to do this command, export shell equals bash, export term for terminal equals xterm 256 color, and then we need to use the stty command for rows 27 and columns 111. So after we've done all of that, we can clear, and now we have all of the functionality of a regular terminal. So we can do tab autocomplete, and we can do command history, and we can do terminal text editors. Okay. Alright, so now that that's done, how are we going to exploit this server? So the first thing we like to do after we've broken into a server is we like to see if the current user has special permissions on the system by running this command right here, sudo-l. So it says here, user Alistair may run the following commands on Wicca. So Wicca is the name of the system here. As the root user, with no password, they can run user bin links. So user bin links is, so links is actually a type of terminal web browser. So this is something I'd never really run into before, but let's read up a little bit more about this. So privilege escalation, we're going to do sudo links. So the elinks program, which uses the links command in Linux, is a text-based web browser that can be used from the command line interface. So here is the elinks program that is running, that is taking a look at the Google homepage. So the Google homepage looks like this when you run it in elinks. It's not so fancy, but it gets the job done. So we have sudo access to the links binary. Links is a text-based web browser, but more importantly, we can open a OS shell while using the links program, which, when combined with sudo, is a privileged shell. So because we can run sudo with this program, and there is an OS shell function inside the program, we can just open up an OS shell while running the program, and because we're running it with sudo, that is, as root, it's going to be a root shell. So let's demonstrate this. So we're going to run sudo links. Okay, so we actually don't have anything over here. That's fine. We can access the menu by hitting the escape button on our keyboard. And then from the when we do the escape button, we're going to see the menu over here for the program. And we can go over to File, and we can scroll all the way down, and there's this option right here which is labeled OS Shell. So we can hit enter when we have this highlighted, and now we're listed as root at Wicca, and we have the Octothorpe prompt over here. We ask, who am I?
What are you? I'm system root.
Okay, so we're root. That basically means we have complete control over the system, and we're very close to the end of today's exercise. So we finished all of these CTF box exercises by reading a particular file inside of the root directory, and that file in this case is called the root.txt file. So when we read this root.txt file, we've basically proven that we've gained the highest access on the system, and we have finished the exercise. But we're not going to read the root.txt file on the stream, because the organizers over at VulNyx have requested that people doing walkthroughs for their systems not reveal the contents of flags. So we're going to redirect the command cat root.txt into a file called iReadRoot.txt. And then after we've done that, we see that the two files are in the directory and they have the same file size over here. We're going to further prove that we gained access to the file by using the md5 sum command, which is going to get the file hashes for these two files. And we see here from the md5 sum that these two files have the same file hash, which means we've successfully accessed the root.txt file, which means we have finished the exercise. Thank you very much for watching this walkthrough for the VulNyx Wicca machine. Like and subscribe, and we will see you next time. But the stream's not over, because just this part of the stream is over, because we've just successfully finished the exercise. Anyways, if you have any questions about any of the commands that we did in this walkthrough, please let us know by typing in the chat, and we'll try to answer your questions as best we can. Okay, so let's open up another tab. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to move on to our next activity in today's stream, and that activity is going to be day 6. So the latest day of today's the latest day of the challenge over at TryHackMe. So this is day 6 of the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber challenge. All right, so let's get started. So before I start, I'm going to take a little sip of water because these exercises require me to do a lot of talking. So I'm just going to take a little sip of water. Just a second. Okay, so this is a guided walkthrough for the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber Day 6. The exercise is in the sandbox category, and Day 6 it says, if I can't find a nice malware to use, I'm not going. Alright, so let's read the text. Mayor malware is scheming, full of delight, to ruin SOCMIS and frighten SOC teams. But Glitch and McSkitty had spoiled his plan by discovering secrets that exposed the man. Mayor Malware slammed his hand on the table, his eyes narrowing as the report flashed on his screen. Glitch and McSkitty had uncovered his trail. He took a deep breath, calming himself. No matter, he muttered, a sinister grin forming. They may have found me, but haven't stopped me. His confidence stemmed from the malware he had crafted, so devious and advanced that it would easily evade detection. But before unleashing it to wreak havoc on SOC teams and ruin SOCMIS, there was one final step. He needed to test it in a sandbox. So what are we learning in today's lesson? Learning objectives. Analyze malware behavior using sandbox tools. Explore how to use Yara rules to detect malicious patterns. Learn about various malware evasion techniques. Implement an evasion technique to bypass Yara rule detection. Connecting to the machine. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card shown below. Do I need to start a VM today? Yes. Is there split screen available? Yes. Am I given credentials to connect directly to the VM via RDP, VNC, or SSH? Yes. Alright, so it says click on the green Start Machine button to start the virtual machine in split screen view. So let's click on the green Start Machine button now. And that's going to start up the virtual machine associated with today's task. We don't need to start up the attack box to interact with this machine, but the machine is going to take a couple of minutes to load up. So in the meantime, let's read a little more about what's going on in today's task. Okay, so here we're talking about detecting sandboxes. A sandbox is an isolated environment where malicious code is executed without affecting anything outside the system. Often multiple tools are installed to monitor, record, and analyze the code's behavior. Mayor Malware knows that before his malware executes, it needs to check if it is running in a sandbox environment. If it is, then it should not continue with its malicious activity. To do so, he has settled on one technique which checks if the directory C program files is present by querying the registry path. This one over here, HKLM software Microsoft Windows current version. The value can be confirmed by visiting the registry path within the registry editor as shown below. To open the Windows registry editor, navigate to the start menu on the bottom and select Run, enter regedit, and press enter. So we can't do this yet because our machine is still loading. So while we're waiting, let's take a look at one of my favorite birds, which is the Northern Flicker. So we're just waiting a couple of minutes for the VM to load up. But in the meantime, we've got this Northern Flicker over here. This is a type of woodpecker that is very commonly seen in the Pacific Northwest. And you can see this is a male Northern Flicker woodpecker, and you can tell that this is a male woodpecker by the mustache that it has. So this type of Northern Flicker woodpecker has a red mustache over here, and all Northern Flicker woodpeckers have this kind of black bib right over here, and the feathers on its chest all have this spotted pattern over here. It's quite the beautiful bird. You can also see that these woodpeckers have a very long tongue, and you're going to see the woodpecker occasionally stick out its tongue, and you'll see exactly how long it is. It's pretty long. Anyways, the reason why this clip is one of my favorites is because the Northern Flicker woodpecker over here, it's just chowing down on these peanuts over here. It's breaking them up by hitting them with its beak. And in a little bit, he becomes kind of curious about the camera. So he starts licking the camera with his tongue. It's actually kind of cute. So in a little bit. So right, he comes up right about now. So remember what I said about the spotted pattern on the Northern Flicker's chest? You can see it quite plainly over here. So these feathers over here are all spotted black over here. It's quite the striking pattern. But anyways, he becomes interested in the camera at around this point, so he jumps up and he starts licking the camera. Okay, but anyways, that was just a little break because we were waiting for the VM to load up, and we're just gonna go back. We're gonna go back to the hacking. If anybody, so you can actually recognize that that I do have a Northern Flicker on my overlay. It's at the top left corner of the screen, along with the Stellar Jay, and yeah, these are my favorite birds. Okay, so I need to reconnect. Reconnecting to the VM. Alright. So to open the Windows Registry Editor, navigate to the Start menu on the bottom or select Run. So we're just going to, so this is a Windows VM over here. We need to navigate to the Windows key over here and click on it. And then we can navigate down to Search. So after you click on the Windows key, you can navigate down in the menu and click on Search. After you've done that, you can search for the program which is called regedit, and then you're going to see Registry Editor pop up. So you can just click on that, and then we're going to look for this particular value over here. So it's going to be local machine software, right? So we just need to click on software, just double click on it, and then after that we're going to go down to Microsoft. So Microsoft, double click that, and then after Microsoft it's Windows. So scroll down to Windows over here, and then double click that, and then it is current version.
So current version is over here. Double click that. And then there's going to be this value here, which is program files directory. Program files directory here. And we can see that the value in this is this over here, C program data, C program files. So this is what we're talking about when the malware is looking for this entry in the registry. So to open the Windows registry edit, okay, we've done that. Here's what it looks like in the C programming language. So I think what we're looking at here is the code inside the malware that checks whether or not this registry value is valid or not. Okay, so don't worry, you don't need to understand every detail of the code. All you need to know is that the function is designed to check the system's registry for a specified directory path. Program files dir. This path's presence or absence helps the malware determine whether it's running inside a typical or virtualized environment like a sandbox. Can Yara do it? Mare Malware knows that McSkitty is a big fan of Yara rules. Yara is a tool used to identify and classify malware based on patterns in its code. By writing custom rules, analysts can define specific characteristics to look at, such as particular strings, file headers, or behaviors, and Yara will scan files or processes to find matches, making it invaluable for detecting malicious code. Mare Malware does not think such a simple tool can detect his malware, but just to be sure, he has to test it out himself. To do this, he wrote a small script that executes a Yara detection rule every time a new event is added to the system monitor log. This particular Yara rule detects any command that tries to access the registry. So let's have a look at the rule. So the rule here is called sandbox detected. Detects the sandbox by querying the registry key for the program path. Okay? So let's understand the contents. In the string section, we have defined variables that include the value to look for in the command. In the condition section, we define that the rule will match the scanned file, or in this case, any of the specified strings are present. For its testing, Mare Malware has set up a one-function script that runs the Yara rule and logs the true positive in the ctools yaramatches.txt file. Open up a PowerShell window, navigate to the ctools directory, and use the following command to start up the EDR. Okay, so we're going to go into the box over here. I don't think we need the registry editor anymore, so we're just going to close it. And then we're going to start up a administrator PowerShell. So the PowerShell icon is over here. What we want to do is we want to right click on it and then select Run as Administrator. So that's going to start up our PowerShell. Let's make the PowerShell a little bit bigger so that we're not having problems looking at this thing. We're going to go to Properties, and then we're going to go to Font, and in Font, let's make this 20-point font. So, okay, so this is a little bit bigger. Maybe we can make it a little bit bigger still. So Properties, Font, we're going to make this 24-point font. Okay, this is nice and big. All right. Okay, so navigate to the ctools directory. So that's going to be cd c/tools. And then use the following command to start up the EDR. So it's going to be /jinglebells. /jinglebells. And then hit enter. Okay, no events found in sysmon log. No new events found. Okay, great. This tool will run on the system and continuously monitor the generated event logs. It will alert you if it finds any activity/event that indicates that the registry mentioned above key is being queried. Now run the malware by navigating over to ctools malware and double-clicking on the merrychristmas.exe file. So we're going to do this inside the File Explorer, so just click on this button right here. Then we're going to go to ctools malware. So the malware directory is over here. And then we're going to double click the Merry Christmas executable here. Okay. So if our custom script did its job, you should have witnessed a pop-up by our EDR with a flag included as shown below. This will answer the question to question 1 below. You can now exit the custom EDR by pressing Ctrl-C. Okay, so it says here, if the pop-up does not show up, hover over the PowerShell item in the taskbar. It should now show that the pop-up was generated. So the flag that the text is referring to, you can hover over the PowerShell icon here, and then click on this notification over here. So it says malicious command detected, THM glitch was here. So this is the flag for one of the questions. So while this information is still fresh, let's answer that question. So in THM, we're going to scroll down to the bottom, and then in the first question here, we're going to answer the question, what is the flag displayed in the pop-up window after EDR detects the malware? So this is going to be THM, and then inside the squiggly brackets, it's going to be glitch was here, like this. Click on submit. Okay, so now we don't need to worry about this. We can just dismiss the notifications. And inside the PowerShell script, you're going to notice that this behavior was detected. So it's Yara sandbox result, sandbox detected. So this ran, and it identified the process that triggered this event as the malware. Okay, so let's go back up. So this section is adding more evasion techniques. It seems that Yara can detect the evasion that Mayor malware has added. No worries, because we can make our malware even stealthier by introducing obfuscation. So we've got a command to obfuscate our malware in some way. So code explanation. It says the above code does the same thing, queried the same registry key to get the information about the program data. The only difference is that the query is now encoded using base64, and the code uses the PowerShell to execute the query. The encoded string can be checked by decoding it using a tool like CyberChef, as shown below. Okay? Beware of floss. While obfuscation is helpful, we also need to know that there are tools available that extract obfuscated strings from malware binaries. One such tool is Floss, a powerful tool developed by Mandiant that functions similarly to the Linux strings tool, but is optimized for malware analysis, making it ideal for revealing any concealed details. To try out Floss, open a PowerShell window and enter the following command. So we need to go to ctools floss and then run floss.exe. Okay, so let's first of all, let's get out of the script over here. The script is still running. We need to get out of it by doing the Control-C keyboard shortcut. Okay, so after that, we see that we are in ctools. We want to go to cd, c/tools /floss. Okay, and then after that, hit enter. We see in here there's the floss.exe binary, which we're supposed to run. So we're supposed to run this command over here, floss.exe, and we're running it on the Merry Christmas malware, and we're going to create a file called malstrings.txt inside the tools directory. Okay, so let's run this. So we can just copy this command over here, and then inside of here, I think we can just paste this in. No, we cannot paste it in. Okay, so it looks like what we're going to need to do is we're just going to need to type this out manually. So it's going to be floss.exe, and then ctools malware /Merry Christmas.exe. and then pipe it into out file c tools mal strings.txt. Okay, so after we've copied this, after we've typed all of this, hit enter. So the tool is going to take a little while to run. It says the above command can take up to 2 minutes to complete. In the meantime, let's break down the command. So what is it doing? So this command right here, so floss.exe on this file here, merrychristmas.exe, this command scans for strings in the binary merrychristmas.exe. If any hard-coded variables were detected in the malware, Floss should find them. So then the pipe symbol is going to redirect the output of the command in front of it to the input of the command behind it, which is outfile into malstrings.txt. We save the command results in a file called malstrings.txt. Once the command is done, open malstrings.txt and press Ctrl and F to search for the string mayor malware. Enter the flag as a question 2. The format of the string is THM and then the curly braces. So what we can do is we can open up our finder here, and then go back up to the tools directory. So in the tools directory, there's going to be malstrings.txt. We can click on that, and this is going to bring up a notepad. So in the notepad, we're going to search for mayor malware. So just in the file, do Control F. Do Control F, and then search for mayor malware, and then hit find next. Cannot find mayor malware. Were we supposed to search for... and search for the string mayor malware. Let's try going up. Cannot find mayor malware. Okay, let's try... Okay, so we actually can't find mayor malware, but let's try looking for this over here, THM. So THM is the flag prefix for TryHackMe flags. We're going to find this one. Let's try going down. Okay, so we found it. So inside the this malstring file over here, there's THM hidden clue, and this is the flag we're looking for. So we can just highlight the flag here, and then go down to the bottom, because we're going to need to submit this. So what is the found flag in the malstrings.txt document after running floss.exe and opening it in the file and the text editor? So we can just paste this in, THM hidden clue, and click on submit. Okay, after we do that, let's finish off the room over here. Okay, using Yara rules on sysmon logs. These Yara rules are becoming a pain to mayor malware's backside. If he wants his malware to be undetectable, he needs to research how Yara rules can be used to stop him. For example, his research tells him that Yara rules can be used to check sysmon logs for any artifacts left by the malware. He'll need to test this as well. Sysmon, a tool from Microsoft's sysinternal suite, continuously monitors and logs system activity across reboots. This Windows service provides detailed event data on process creation, network connections, and file changes, valuable insights when tracing malware behavior. A Yara rule will look for events with event ID 1 process created for this to work. There are many entries in the sysmon log. To make this easier to find the event that we're looking for, we will apply a custom filter using the event record ID that we can see in the Yara matches.txt file located in C tools. So open up a PowerShell window and enter the following command to check the contents of the EDR log file. Get content. Okay, C tools Yara matches.txt. Alright, so we're going to close out our text editor over here, And we're going to close out our Windows Explorer, both of them, and then we're going to go back to our PowerShell. Okay, so inside of PowerShell, we're going to get content C tools Yara matches.txt. Okay? So we should get a result similar to the output below. So let's see, event ID 1, event record ID, okay. So the number is different, but it's still command line, register, query, and then this path over here. Your result, detect, shutdown, time query, C users. Okay, I do not see that. I wonder why. Okay, so note down the event record ID value. We will use this value to create a custom filter in the Windows Event Viewer. Next, open the Windows Event Viewer by clicking on its logo in the taskbar, and on the left-hand side, navigate to Application and Service Logs, Microsoft Windows Sysmon Operational. Okay, so let's do this. Note down the event record ID value. Event record ID value, we're going to highlight this and copy it. Open the Windows Event Viewer. I think this is the Event Viewer icon we're looking for over here. Click on that. On the left-hand side, navigate to Applications and Services, Logs. Applications and Services Logs, so this right here, double-click on that. And then go to Microsoft, double-click on that. And then Windows, double-click on that. And then scroll down to Sysmon. Here we go. So double click on that. And then operational. So click on operational. Continue by navigating to filter current log on the right hand side of the screen. So on the right hand side of the screen, there's going to be filter current log. I think this is the button right here. We click on that. You should see a window like the one below. Here it says, okay, so we've got a bunch of, navigate to XML and take the checkbox edit query manually. Okay, so inside here, there's the XML tab over here. Click on it. And then click on edit query manually here. And then click yes. Okay, finally copy the following filter into the input box. Okay, if this is not going to paste properly, then that's going to be a big problem, but let's see if it's going to be able to paste properly. So we're just going to, everything here should be the same. Path, Microsoft Windows, Sysmon Operational. Select path, okay, that's the same. So let's try copying this code over here. And then inside the window, we're going to paste. Nope, it did not paste. Okay, I guess we're going to need to type this out. So system event record ID equals insert event record. Oh, no. Okay, we need to put the event record ID in here. All right, so the event record ID is, ooh, why did that happen? Let's undo that. Man, this is all sorts of messed up right now. Alright, let me get rid of this. Okay, let me try typing this out real quick. System, and then event record ID equals the thing that we got, and the thing we got was, let me see if I can remember, well, let me look up the number. So the number is 127,879. 127,879. 127. $879. Okay. So after that, it is okay. I think we do a tab here. No. How many spaces is each one of these? 2 spaces. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On this line, it's going to be /select. On the next line, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 /query. On the next line, it's going to be 1, 2 /query list. Okay, so I think this is what we're looking for. That was a big pain in the butt because we couldn't paste into the VM for some reason. Click on OK. The event log query specified is invalid. Replace the event record ID value with the one you recorded before. Event record ID. So where did I screw this up? Okay. Actually, I see where the problem is. The problem is that we need to get rid of these 2 lines here. Okay. So after this, we should be able to... Okay, click on OK. It's still invalid. Okay, what's wrong? So this should be correct. No, okay. In here, there is a select, so we need to get rid of this. Select path. Okay, now let's try. Alright, so that was able to go through. Thank you very much for following 11th grader? Or 1st grader? I'm not sure, but thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, so that took a little bit, but we managed to get there. So replace the event record ID value with the one we recorded above. Apply the filter by clicking on OK. Now you get the event related to the malware. Click on the event and then click on the Details tab, and you should get the following input. Okay, so click on the event and then click on the Details tab. So this event, and then click on the Details tab. Oh, okay. Apparently I mispronounced your name. If you could tell me how you pronounce your name, then I can properly pronounce your name. Thank you very much. Let's do a fun little video redeem. Haven't done one of these in a while. Let's do the bully bird. Okay, so let's see. Replace. Click on the event and then click on the Details tab. You should see the following output. So click on the Details tab, and we see here event data. And what is it here? cmd.exe, Windows command processor. Okay. Okay, so this does look kind of similar. So cmd.exe, Windows command processor. So let's take a look at the event data that is available to us. The parent image key shows us which parent process spawned the CMD process to execute the registry check. Okay, so parent image is parent image is here. So this points to the malware file, which is the merrychristmas.exe file over here. Okay, then the parent process ID and process ID keys are valued for follow-up research. We can also use them to check for logs for related events. Okay, so parent process ID, which is these ones over here. So we could keep track of these numbers in case we wanted to do more investigation. The user key can help us determine which privileges were used to run the command.exe command. The malware could have created a hidden account and used that to run commands. So the user key is up here. So the administrator in this case is the one that ran the command. The command line key shows which command was the command that was run in detail, helping us identify the malware's actions. So the command line is this over here. So it ran cmd.exe and then it looked for the it ran the registry query on this registry key over here. Okay. Let's see. The UTC time key is essential for creating a time frame for the malware's operation. The time frame can help you focus your threat hunting efforts. So UTC time is up at the top. Yeah. So UTC time is this over here. So this is when the process ran. Okay, never gonna give up. His malware, it seemed, wasn't ready for the town. These are watchers and scanners and rules by the ton. If I'm not careful, they'll catch all my fun. Mayor Malware leaned back, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the table. All of this research had revealed an unsettling truth. His malware, as cunning as it wasn't ready for the wild. There were too many tools and too many vigilant eyes. Analysts armed with Yara rules, Sysmon, and a host of detection techniques that could expose his creation before it even had a chance to spread. And I'm not sure but this might be the Mayor malware in question. He clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eye. Just a little more fine-tuning, he murmured. He would study, adapt, and evolve his malware until it was truly undetectable. When the time was right, he would unleash it using upon this unsuspecting SOC teams, striking where they least expected it. But for now he would wait, watching, planning, and he was perfecting his craft in the shadows. Alright, so we're now done the room. So all we need to do to finish the room is to click on this button over here. If you want more about sandboxes, have a look at the room Flare VM Arsenal of Tools. Okay, we click on complete, and we are done. Alright, so that was a guided walkthrough of the Advent of Cyber event Day 6 on TryHackMe.com, and we're going to be doing many more days after this, but until then, we will see you next time. Alright, so Fixit42 has just raided the stream with 2 viewers. Welcome to the stream, Raiders, and Fixit42. We've just finished our TryHackMe over here, which was doing the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber. With that done, we're just going to close out TryHackMe. And what we're going to do for our last activity of today's stream is we're going to take a look at this challenge over here from HackMyVMs. So hackmyvms.eu is a great website for downloading vulnerable machines. Fixit42 says, I did that earlier. Yep. Everybody's doing the Advent of Cyber stuff, so that's pretty standard content for us cybersecurity streamer people. Okay. But HackMyVM is a website where you can download vulnerable machines to hack against. And today we're going to be taking a look at this Windows machine, which is called Run As. So so Windows is a bit more unusual to find on these type of websites because they usually require special licensing problems and other issues with running Windows virtual machines. But in this case, I'm not too sure how they did it, but these are available for us to hack against. So let me start this by starting up the virtual machine in question, which is the Runas machine. Let me grab... Okay, so... So we see here that I do not know what language this is. If you can identify what language this is, then let us know. But it looks like yeah, no idea. But there, I see some umlaut, so this might be a Northern European language. Anyways, I'm going to just click on this, and then we're going to start up the machine. So this is Windows 7 Professional. So this is an older version of Windows. It's not quite as old as something like Windows XP. Gopone says, I think it's Turkish. Huh. I'm not familiar with the Turkish language at all, so I'm going to have to take your word for it. So anyways, we see there's an administrator user and a run as user. We're going to cheat a little bit and use this information over here. We know that there's an administrator user, there usually is, but this run as user, I guess we're just going to cheat and use this as part of enumeration. Alright, so let's begin the exercise. Alright, let's see. So the first thing we want to do is we want to identify where this machine is on our network. So we're going to use nmap, and nmap, we're going to run this command to find out whether or not we can identify which machine this is. So this is going to be a no connect scan against this IP range, and we're going to see, so there should be around 255 hosts on this network. We're going to try to find out what machines are up. So it says, let's see. So 103 is up, and I do believe that 103 is our current machine right now, and 107 is up, and I guess 107 is the machine that we're supposed to be hacking against. So let's run another nmap scan, but this time we're going to run it against machine 107, and we're going to run it with all of our usual fixins, which is going to be stuff like very verbose, and let's see, 4 threads, and service common scripts and versioning information against any services we find. Let's run that. Let's run that script. Sorry, let's run that nmap command. So when we scan this, we immediately see some typical Windows ports appear, such as 445, 135, and 139. We also have 3389, which I believe is some sort of database port, and we see port 80. On a typical Windows box, we're going to see a lot of open ports on the 40,000 range, which are used for RPC. But I think it's finished getting these port numbers. Great. And I'm gonna do a little bit of searching to see what service is on 3389. So to do this, I'm gonna go over to Hacktricks, which is my favorite website for learning new hacking techniques against different protocols and software. So in the search bar, I'm going to paste in the port number. Whoops. This is 3389. 3389 is RDP. Oh, okay. I didn't know that remote desktop protocol. So we could potentially remote into this machine. Huh, that might be the intended path. So get the credentials and then use RDP to log in. I haven't used RDP in a long time, so it might be a bit messy for me to figure out how to use RDP. But anyways, so we're gonna try running some netexec to get some more information about the system. So we're just gonna go over here and let's try an enum for Linux. And we're gonna run enum for Linux on this IP. Okay, so we're going to try running enum for Linux to get some information about the SMB service on this particular system. So we weren't able to get any information, but we did specify the null session. This time we're going to try using a guest username. Okay, server doesn't allow session using username guest and password null. So we know that there's a Fixit42, thank you very much for the raid, and I understand that it is this is very late over in Europe where you are. So thank you very much for the raid, and hope to see you next time. Let's send you out with the Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we know that guest isn't going to work, but let's try. So the run as user we're probably not going to be able to access the run as user because we don't know the password. So it doesn't allow session using username run as and password nothing. Okay, so now that we have the username run as, we could potentially try to use a bunch of different SMB pen testing techniques to try to determine. So first of all, we can try to see if run as is able to. Maybe we could try brute forcing the run as password, the user's password. So let's try using netexec. So it's going to be netexec, and it's going to be on this IP here. It's going to be SMB. The username is run as, and the port, the password we don't know. So what we're going to do is we're going to feed the password for rocku.txt user share wordless rocku.txt. Okay, and we're going to try to brute force the password using netexec with this command over here. So this is going to spin up. I need to include this over here. Ignore password decoding. Okay. Ignore password decoding. And we can start our brute force attack now. Okay, so it's just going to cycle through all of these different passwords, and we're just going to leave it running in the background. It might be able to brute force the password, it might not, but it's just something to try. So we know that there is a Let's try enum for Linux with the empty string one more time. I forgot to take a look and see if there's any, if we were able to get any information. So we weren't able to get any information about shares. Okay, so next what we're going to do is we're going to manually enumerate the web server. So the web server is over on this port, this IP address, and let's take a look at what the website holds. Okay, so it's got directory listing. It's got directory listing enabled, which is already kind of weird. We've got a styles.css file and index.php file. So there's PHP running on this web server, which is a bit which could be to our advantage. So let's take a look at the CS file, and let's take a look at the index.php file. So the CSS file says, oh, this is the CSS file is here. There's nothing very exciting over here, so let's close that. But the index.php file says there is no going back. There's no going back. File equals. File equals. Is this pointing at some sort of local file inclusion attack? So let's take a look and see if there's any. So inside the code here, it just says there's no going back. File equals. So this looks like some sort of URL parameter. And if this is a URL parameter that's valid on here, let's try file equals index.php. Okay, so we did the URL parameter index.php. That brings up this file again, of course. Let's try indicating styles.css. So in this case, it is styles.css. Okay, so it looks like there's a very high possibility that there's some sort of local file inclusion or remote file inclusion vulnerability on this app. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to ask ChatGPT, where is the host file located on a Windows machine, typically? Okay, the host file in a Windows machine is typically located at the following path. It is C Windows System 32 drivers, etc. hosts. Okay, so let's try to access this file via file inclusion. So first of all, let's just do it with this over here, and see if we can access the file with the absolute file path. So we can access this file with an absolute file path. That's not supposed to be okay. Well, okay, we see there's a local file inclusion vulnerability on this web app. Okay, so now that we know that, we can probably try to enumerate some files to get more information about the host and maybe some sensitive information. We see here that we're not successfully brute forcing this password. Okay, so let's see. So this particular, what can we read? Okay, there's previously a local file inclusion on the last box I looked at, and I used a particular tool to dump out all the interesting files. So the name of the tool was called LFI dump, and there was a GitHub project associated with it. So GitHub LFI dump, a simple Python script to dump remote file inclusion. And you know, one thing that I could try indicating is I could try to see if there is remote file inclusion on this box as well. So if there's remote file inclusion, that makes my job a lot easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand up a web server. I'm going to stand up a web server on my Kali Linux machine, and I'm going to create a file called test.txt. I'm going to echo into it remote file inclusion is go. That didn't work because I have to put this between single quotes. Okay. Alright, so from here we've got the file test.txt, and we're going to stand up our web server by using Python. So there's going to be a web server on my Kali Linux box's port 80, and from here let's see if we can access it using the vulnerable machine. So over here, file equals, we're going to give it a URL. So HTTP, and I forget what my IP address is on here. Let's start up a new tab, and IPA. Okay, so on this network, and this network is the ETH1 network, this is my IP address for the attacker machine. So I'm just going to grab that. And then I'm going to paste this in and supply the name of the file we want to access, which is test.txt. So it says file not found. So file not found probably indicates that we do not have remote file inclusion on this box. So we're going to have to stick to local file inclusion. Okay, so we're going to download the LFI dump script. So let's just git clone this. So from here, we're in the temp directory. We're going to git clone this tool, and it says cloning into LFI dump. So we just need to enter that directory, and we've got some word lists over here, and LFI dump.py. So the first thing I want to do is I want to download a good word list. So when we're dealing with local file inclusion, if you do not have a good word list, then you're not going to get good results. I'm going to look on my local system. So it's going to be locate LFI. So LFI graceful security windows.txt. So this should be a list of useful LFI accessible Windows files. So I'm just going to copy it to this directory. So it's going to be copy this thing to the current directory. Okay. So if I take a look at the contents of this file. Okay, so we're going to try to access all of these different files via local file inclusion. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at the syntax for this particular tool, the LFI dump tool. So dump a single file, dump files from a word list. So okay, let's set this up. So it's going to be Python LFI dump.py. We're going to use the file. It's going to be LFI graceful something something. Yeah, security.windows. And here, the file path page equals LFI path. Okay, so let's get the file path from the web app. So the web app is here. Let's copy this path. Then we're going to go back and is this how you spell it? Let me take a quick look. LFI path. Okay, just like this. Alright, so we need to okay. Let's try running the script. Okay, so we accessed all the files and dumped them out with the LFI dump tool. So let's see. I guess we go into the loot directory now. And we've got the C drive, the big C drive, and the small C drive. I wonder what the difference is between the big C drive and the small C drive. Okay, I think it's a bit unusual how they've switched from the large C to the small C. Anyways, let's take a look. So let's go into the small C, and let's see, we've got boot.ini. So it says this is file not found. Ah, okay. So let's see, boot.ini. Let's see if this is just still going. I don't think this is going to be the path in. So a bunch of these files we're not able to access because we see that a lot of these files have the same file size, and in this case the file size is 429. But maybe we can access this file over here, C users administrator ntuser.dat, because this doesn't have the same file size. Okay, let's go into another tab. We'll go into LFI dump. We'll go into the loot. We'll go into C. And that's going to be C users administrator. Okay. C users administrator ntuser.dat. Huh, this was also... I wonder why... ntusers.dat is 425. So 425 and 429 are both not good. Let me check Apache logs access. So Apache Pebble, hello. We've got another LFI machine on Windows. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a warm welcome. Go to Hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to You do.
Have a great day.
Okay, so we're currently looking at this box over here. Pebble, hello. How's your week going? It's Friday. You know what that means? That means it's party time. But we just found this local file inclusion on this web app as well. We need to. You know what, Pebble? The previous machine was buggy, and it was supposed to give us the way in was supposed to be log poisoning, but for some reason it didn't work when we accessed it. We weren't able to access the logs, so I call BS on that. But let's take a look and see if we can get the logs in this. So cat access log. Nope. Cat error log. Nope. Okay, so what else could we look at? So we've got all the files that we managed to dump out. So all these 425 and 429, these are all going to be false positives. Maybe we can look at this php.ini. Pebble says, I wonder if the logs got too big from the fuzzing and we tried to view it, it errored or returned nothing. That's also possible. So maybe maybe I can try resetting the box and, just resetting the box and taking a look at it anew. And maybe that might PHP INI. Okay, so we've got some information here, but I don't know if any of this information helps us out. It's certainly a big enough file. Okay, so I bet a PHP wrapper will work here since it looks like standard LFI, just in case we need to look at the PHP source code. So let's see. We could try the PHP wrapper again, yeah. But do we have any PHP? PHP.ini, okay, we can get that one. XAMPP Apache bin PHP ini, okay. Yeah, all of these are no-goes. Etc. hosts, let's see. Boot.ini, protocol services. So we could try to read. Yeah, let's try using the LFI wrapper. So over here, LFI base 64 PHP wrapper. Okay, so let's see. I can't even highlight this. Let's try another article. Actually, base 64. Okay, so what's the full wrapper then? This over here. Okay. All right, then let's go over to the vulnerable web page and then paste in this stuff. So in this case, it's going to be. So where is this file? So this file is probably in XAMPP something something. So we weren't able to read any of the stuff in the XAMPP directory. So maybe it's not XAMPP. Maybe it's just directly in the PHP directory. So because all of this is not going through, but we were able to get, so it's probably cphp index.php. Okay, it says file not found. Wait. Did I? Okay, I need to get rid of this right here. Nope. File PHP read convert encode resource equals. You may not need the full file path. Could try just PHP. Okay. Let's try just index.php. File not found. Maybe that's because the wrapper's not working. Index.php. Maybe this is another clue here. There is no going back. Anyways, what other files were we able to access? Index.php, so in, maybe? Yeah, I mean, we could give it a go. Okay, that didn't work. Let's try php.ini. Oops. File not found. File not found. But this is definitely in C. Maybe this is in the Apache directory. Index.php. Yeah, nope. I would also try RFI here. Pebble, I've tested for RFI. I wasn't able to get RFI working. Just to double check, you just do file equals HTTP, something like this, right? I'm not doing this wrong. I'll just paste this into the chat. Just making sure that my syntax is correct. Okay, so let's see. Well, yeah, it doesn't work in this case. It just says file not found. So probably not. I've got my server running on port 80 over here. How large is this file? I might just feed this over to ChatGPT to see if it's there's anything super insecure, because this is a lot of crap to run to parse through. This is the php.ini file. There's just too much stuff here. Anyways, let's try copying this all. Starting here. Okay, so it's probably too much for ChatGPT. I'll try. SMB shares sometimes work with RFI using Impacket SMB server. Can you give me an example of what the syntax would look like, Pebble? That would be a great help. Thanks. Is there anything insecure in this php.ini file? The message was too long. Okay. Can't do this. Okay, so what else could we look at? Application hosts. Win.ini. PHP. Let's see. Etc. hosts. Okay, so SMB shares. I don't even know what the names of the SMB shares are. So we did a bit of snooping around with our netexec, and we managed to figure out that there is this user over here on the system called Runas. I guess we could try doing AsRep. I don't think we can do AsRep roasting or Kerberoasting because there's no Kerberos. There's no Kerberos on this system. Mpacket SMB server tests. This sets up an SMB server with the test share and the current directory. Would look like. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So then we could try feeding something like this, like SMB, and then the name of. Hold on. And then we would do something like. Something like that afterwards. Okay, we can give that a go. Okay, let's try over here. I can shut down my HTTP server. Gotta keep the music going. Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay, I don't need to supply the protocol. Okay, so we've got this running. Let's see. So the SMB server is running right now. We can try. This is a different error message. File get contents, failed to open stream, permission denied. Apache 24 HT docs index. Oh, this is the file path. Yeah, we've got a file path now. So we can take a look at what exactly is going on inside here. If we can check the SMB server just in case. Okay. So over here, we got a connection. But I don't know if we can run files by using the service. But I'll investigate this a little bit later. First of all, we've got the file path here, and let's so what happened? I'm pretty sure if we just see the yeah, we just see this. We could try using the filter. And what is the filter one more time? Okay, let's try copying this. And we paste in the filter. Okay, so the filter just isn't going to work. It doesn't look like it's going to work because every time we use it, we get a file not found error. So let's see. I would try iptest test.txt to see if it includes the remote file. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, so let's... Okay, now let's set up a test file. Where's my SMB? So SMB, this is running in the temp directory, so I guess we could try to access the temp. So test.txt. File remote file inclusion is go. Okay, awesome. So we can use some sort of PHP reverse shell or PHP web shell. So let's see. Let me look for is there a PHP reverse shell in locate? Okay, so there should be one for Windows. We need one specifically for Windows. User share laudanum sec lists. Let's take a look inside this directory. So php backdoor.php. So most of these are for... Yeah, I need one for Windows. I think it... Okay, so Pebble says it has to be Windows specific. I think a simple web shell should do. So we just need to find... Huh, I think this one might work on Windows. Maybe... Okay, one more time. Simple backdoor. So web shell. Shell.php. Let's take a look at this. Okay, I'm just gonna Google one. Okay, let's take a look at the Googs. PHP reverse shell Windows, and let's look for a GitHub project. Okay, so we've got one from, maybe we can try one from Pentest Monkey. Pentest Monkey's pretty good. But this one from Pentest Monkey is probably not going to be for Windows. Yeah, this is probably not Windows. Okay, so simple PHP reverse shell implemented using a binary based on a web shell. So this is Windows PHP reverse shell. This should work. Alright. Simple PHP reverse shell implemented using binary based on a web shell. Change the IP and port in the Windows file upload. Set up a listener on your machine. Access the Windows PHP reverse shell PHP file on the server. Okay. So let's copy this. So this is just a PHP file. And let's get the raw file and then write it. Go back into our temp directory. Okay, we need to change our IP and port. And Pebble, thank you very much for the for that advice on standing up an SMB server. I wouldn't have thought of that. Anyways, if A, this is my IP address on ETH1, which is what we're dealing with. Okay. Let's okay, so temp directory is going to be C Windows temp. If it doesn't work, we might consider changing this temp directory. Let's save this out. Okay, so after that, we're going to set up our listener. The listener is going to be at, let's see, netcat 4443. All right. So this shell.php file is in our temp directory, which is where we have our SMB servers stood up. So let's try to access shell.php and get a reverse shell. Change this over to shell.php. It's not executing the PHP code. It's not executing the PHP code. Maybe we need to get. So PHP is running on this. For some reason, it's not executing the code. Could we try? Man, what else could work? Maybe we could try. Let's see. Pebble says, I'm surprised the NTLM hash wasn't sent to the SMB server. It usually does this by default. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Maybe I should run some responder. So I'll run some responder. Oh, I can't. Right, I've already got these, so I'm going to shut down my SMB server, just a sec, and then I'm going to start up responder again. It would still show up in the Impacket SMB server logs. But I'm just going to try this one more time. File not found, of course, but did responder pick up on anything? Responder did not pick up on anything. Yeah, that is kind of weird. But what else could we try? So the PHP code didn't run, but is there any chance that some other type of code is going to run? Could we try using an ASP shell or something? There's no indication that that ASP is running, but
Maybe. Well, I mean, you know, there's a... How did I get the username? Well, actually, I kind of cheated because when I started the box on the startup screen over here, there was administrator and there was the run as user, so that's how I got the username. But it was right there, so you know, hard to ignore. Okay, let's just quit out of here. Listening for events. Yeah, it didn't... Okay, so... Let me try asking ChatGPT. We'll just reload the page. We are testing against a CTF box. We have remote file inclusion through a web app, and the web app is running PHP, but we were unable to have the app run PHP code on our remote server. What are some alternatives? Pebble says, well, at least we have the web root path now. Did you fuzz the server for any forbidden files and such? No. Hold on. Okay, so this is not super... Did I fuzz the server for any forbidden files? So let's see. You know what? I should probably ditch this this tool that I was using called LFI whatever. LFI dump. And I should probably try using FFUF instead, FFUF or whatever, or however you pronounce it. So let me see if I can search for something. FFUF, local file inclusion fuzzing. Let's FFUF dat LFI for fuzz sake. Okay, I like this. Let's see. I'm just talking regular directory fuzzing. Regular directory fuzzing. You know what? I didn't do regular fuzzing. But I should probably do that. You know, I just kind of zoned in. I zoned in on the LFI as soon as I found it. But I should probably do some regular file fuzzing as well. So let's see. Actually, you know what? That's not actually. It's not relevant in this case. Because the web root is this. The web root is directory indexable, which means there's nothing here. So there's nothing to really fuzz in this case. Pebble says, yeah, I would fuzz through the LFI in case there are things that aren't displayed there. Yeah, for sure. Let's what's this article here? Let's fuzz dat LFI for fuzz sake. Okay. Your favorite Hackser environment, Kali Linux. IP address, okay. We've got the enumeration. This is, let's just get to the FFUF. Where is it? Let's get rid of this. Okay, so here we go. So FFUF, we don't need a cookie. We've got fuzzing, fuzz. Alright, let's try copying this command here. Well, and then we're going to modify it as we go. Okay, so we don't need this cookie. We've got the JHaddix LFI list, okay. And then we've got we need to replace the Did you replace this? I guess it's file equals fuzz. I'm not too sure what the FW means in this case, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Okay, let's try. Let's see. I think you may also view the logs, right? Apache 24 instead of a regular Apache. Yeah, maybe we should investigate that first before we do the fuzzing. So I think it was. Let me get the exact. Let's stand the yeah, let's stand this thing back up. Let's get that directory again. Apache 24 HT, right. So let's see, the Apache logs are going to be at Apache/logs, right, okay. So instead of Apache by itself, it's Apache 24. So let's okay, we've got log access. Awesome. So now that we have log access, we can try to do a poisoning attack, right? So I forget, man. I did file. I did a couple of log poisoning boxes like a really long time ago, maybe like 2 years ago. I don't remember how to do them anymore. Well. It might execute through this. It might. It might not execute through. Huh. You know what? Let me see if. So Apache 24 maybe. Maybe it's index.php here. This is file not found. Okay.
hold on. htdocs index. So I'm pretty sure wait, yeah, no. This PHP executes through here, but it didn't execute when I accessed the file remotely. So it might be that. So I'm accessing the index.php page right now, and this is the page we're looking at. So PHP does work if we're doing local file inclusion. I think it might not work when we're doing remote file inclusion for some reason. But PHP does work when we're doing when we're looking at local files. So let me look at let me look up how to do this in Hacktricks. So Hacktricks. God damn it. Hacktricks. Okay, so there's no local file inclusion. I would also try SSRF if this is failing. Okay. So local file inclusion path traversal. There should be a section in here on log poisoning. Poison. So cache poisoning, cache deception. Where is it? Here? Okay, maybe here? What's the difference between web cache poisoning and web cache deception? The attacker causes the application to store some malicious content in the cache, and this cache is served from the cache to other application users. Oh, this is not what I'm looking for at all. Anyways, let's just do a Google search. Or maybe I can ask ChatGPT. You would just enter the PHP into the URL, and when you view the log for that request, it would execute. Okay. Let's ask ChatGPT's opinion. We have access to the Apache log files. How would we execute a log poisoning attack, considering the web app is using PHP? Okay, so inject malicious PHP code into the logs. Identify the log file path. Okay, we've done that. Inject malicious PHP code into the log file. So we would do this through the user agent header, the reference header, query strings. So, okay, so we could do something like this. This injects the following line to the Apache access log. and then trigger the code, PHP code execution via the LFI, access the log, and we would include in the access log the URL parameter. Okay, let's try this out. Where are we? Okay, so it's going to be, let's try this on index.php. What? Oh. This doesn't work because we're supposed to use the single quotes. So there's a big difference between using, single quotes and double quotes when you're trying to include these special characters. So in this case, we have to alternate our single quotes and our double quotes so that everything goes through smoothly. Cannot resolve host HTTP. Oh geez, this is where all of my yeah, I'm getting tired. I don't think the headers were shown in the response. I might be wrong though. Are the headers not in the response? Let's take a look at the at that log file one more time. Is it just called log? Logs, access. Okay, so yeah, okay. So this is just, so it's just the URL. So I guess we would have to inject it into, we'd have to inject it into the path, into the URL path here. Okay. Where are we? Let me copy this. So this is going to cause an error, so maybe we need to look in the errors, in the error logs. I need to edit all this. Okay, so let's ask, just to make sure, what if we need to inject the PHP code into the URL? Okay. Okay, so it does look like this. Alright. Okay, let's see if this goes through with curl. Bad range specification. Yeah, for some reason this doesn't want to. These special characters are really getting in the way. You can just do it in browser. Okay. Well, okay. Let's try doing it in browser then. I wonder why this comes as forbidden. You don't have permission to access this resource. Anyways, let's see if it got injected into the... So if it got injected into the log, then we would be able to use the... What was it? Was it called CMD? CMD. CMD equals... who am I? File not found. Huh. Okay. Oh. Yeah, we've already have, right. Right. Because we already have one parameter. Okay, so it's not... Is it at the top? So is it going... So the oldest one is at the bottom. Let me take a look at the bottom. So the special characters here got HM URL encoded. So that's why so is there some way we could do this where it's not going to be URL encoded when it gets into the log? So we need to make sure that it doesn't get... Let's try asking Mr. Know-It-All. Encode special characters in URL to avoid breaking the request. Oh. I mean... Is this going to work? Alright, let's try encoding this. So we need to encode... We need to encode this part. So let's the URL encode this. Where are we? URL encode. Yep, well, he is Mr. Know-It-All. He knows everything. Let's encode this thing. Okay. So... Let's see. I would fuzz for other files in htdocs and internal ports via SSRF. SSRF. You don't have permission to access this resource. So... Why is this coming back code 403? Okay. Why does this curl command come back with response code 403. Indicates that the server has explicitly denied access to the requested resource. Here's some possible reasons why your curl command resulted in the error. URL encoding conflicts. Okay, so it represents encoded PHP code, and the server might have detected this as an attack attempt or invalid path. Test with a simpler URL to confirm that the encoding is not the issue. If the simpler URL works, the server might be blocking requests containing suspicious characters, such as these. Web servers often have mod security or similar security modules enabled, which block potentially harmful requests based on the patterns in the URL. URLs containing PHP tags or other suspicious strings might be blocked. File permissions or path restrictions. Verify that the server allows access to arbitrary paths. Test with the known valid file or directory. If the valid file paths work, but the custom path fails, the server is likely blocking invalid paths. Okay, well let's just try accessing something that just doesn't exist. So maybe we can just try accessing this. So this also comes back as 403 forbidden. So it could be that anytime we try to access something that doesn't exist, it's just going to give us a 403 forbidden. Here it doesn't. So it just says the requested URL was not found on the server. But I think it might be because we're including special characters. So if we include like a %, then we get a bad request. Sent a request that the server could not understand. But here it says you don't have permission to access this resource. Okay, so we think that the web app is giving 403 response to all requests that include certain special characters in the URL path. How can we work around that? Double URL encoding. Double URL encoding can bypass some basic filters by obfuscating the characters. Okay, double encode the characters? Alternative representations. PHP short tags if enabled. Alternative PHP code. Okay. Inject code via headers. So I don't think we can. Yeah. So the logs don't actually record anything except for the paths. So if we try to do Maybe we can inject via the error log. So let's take a look at what the error log includes. It probably includes the same stuff.
Oh, this is different stuff, but I don't know if this helps us. Oh, huh. The given path contained wildcard characters, so maybe access to this file path failed, right. Okay, this is interesting. Invalid URI path. Given path is misformatted or contained invalid characters. Permission denied. Okay, I'm gonna send what was it? I'm gonna try sending the poisoned stuff again. Or was it? I'm gonna try sending this again and see what the error log says. The error log might give us an exact problem. So I'm going to send this, and then I'm going to go over to the error log and try it again. Pebble says I would have done scans for SSR for fuzzing files and htdocs running in the background. Given path is misformatted or contained invalid characters. SSRF. Okay, so how do we scan for server-side request forgery? I haven't done server-side request forgery in a while either. So I need to look it up. SSRF. Okay, so server-side application to making HTTP requests to a domain of their choice. The vulnerability exposes the server to arbitrary external requests. So that would be file equals, oh, localhost. Oh. File equals localhost. Okay. Okay, we could try something that is, we know that, what do we know exists? Are we talking about ports in this case? Are we fuzzing for port stuff like port 80? File not found. Or port 139. We want to find some internal services. Also, good morning, Cyber Dante. Good morning. Good morning, Cyber Dante. Do you live in Europe by any chance? Because it feels like it's only morning if you're in Europe or Asia. And let's give you a no, down in Seattle area. I forgot the URL schemes probably aren't working. URL schemes, yeah. Let's give you, we haven't done a hack the planet in a while, and we have to remember who we are.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so... So we've tried doing all sorts of stuff over here. So right. So HTTP might not be working. Server-side request forgery, and we could try. We could do some fuzzing. So we could try fuzzing inside of what are the contents of the Apache directory on Windows? Maybe I can just ask that. So on a Windows Apache server, what are the typical file contents of the Apache directory? Okay, htbd.exe, hb.conf, htb.conf, that could be a good one. Whoops. God damn it. Gotta scroll down. Yeah, right. Okay, so htb.conf. Let's copy this. And then file not found. Oh, it's located in the conf directory? It didn't say file not found. It doesn't say file not found, but it didn't give us any output. So is this... I wonder why that is. We checking the source code as well. HPD, let's see. Subdirectories bin. Conf, okay. This contains the conf files. Virtual host, default settings for the server. MIME types, htdocs. So the default document root directory contains index.html or whatever. So logs, modules, mod.so, manual icons. Okay. So what I was trying to zone in on this error message right here. So the given path is misformed, formatted, or contains invalid characters. Cannot map this to the file. Oh, you know what? Okay, that didn't work. Okay, let's so
So we got this error message from the Apache error.log file. Rejected the request because the requested path contains characters that cannot process as a valid file path. Okay. Alright. So the URL path is URL encoded and contains the following decoded characters. This is what I tried to do. This is a PHP payload that you're likely testing as part of an attack vector, such as remote file inclusion or log poisoning. Reason for the error. So these special characters are being rejected by Apache. Apache maps URL paths to file system paths, and these characters do not correspond to valid file system characters in a typical Windows environment. Okay, so path mapping issues, security mechanisms. Verify the server-side code execution method. If you're testing PHP code execution, ensure that the server is configured to handle PHP correctly. Simply sending PHP code in the URL will not execute it unless it is passed to an interpreter via LFI. Okay. Okay. Test with base64 encoding. If direct special characters are blocked, encode the payload in base64 and decode it on the server side. How can we decode it on the server side? Bypass URL encoding. Bypass URL filtering, okay. Use double encoding or alternative obfuscation techniques. Double encode this. Okay, we could try. Let's try feeding this to the web browser. Maybe over here. htdocs fuzz. Okay. I mean, I'm open to do fuzzing on the htdocs directory, but I'm not sure what word list we would use. Do you have a list? Do you have a good word list I could use inside that directory? Just a regular directory fuzzing word list. Okay. Just a regular directory fuzzing word list. So we use something like FFUF, right? So I think I've got one ready to go over here. So FFUF, we would do inside this directory, but it would be C Apache 24 htdocs, like this. And let's give this some quotes. So as for the word list, locate file fuzzing. So okay, locate seclist grep file. So random files fuzz, web content. Pebble says, also curious how you found the file parameter. Did you parameter fuzz, or was there something on the web page? It was very obvious. If you go to... Let me just get an example. So on this particular challenge, they just feed it to you. They just feed it to you. So over here, you go to index.php, and then they give you this parameter right here. File equals. So this, it's very obvious. But yeah. Okay, so random files.fuzz.txt maybe. Give this a go. Actually, let's take a look at what's inside this this list. There's no going back. I have no idea what that means. Yeah, this is a very short list. Maybe I should just use good old maybe I should just use good old user share word lists. Buster. Directory list 2.3 medium. And we're going to clip out everything that's size 429. So that would be FS 429. I guess we can just... Oh, this goes pretty fast. IC to ignore comments, by the way. Never tried this before. But over here, what was I working on? Maybe we could try... Well, I was trying the double encoding thing, right? So we tried the double encoding thing, and let's try the access.log. But now the access.log is kind of polluted because I'm fuzzing right now. Maybe fuzzing just this, that would be technically the same as going back. Going back? Yeah, we didn't manage to find anything, I don't think. So... What was that curl command that we did? So the other big indication as to what we might be doing on this box is this right here. So the name of the box is run as. So we probably need to use some sort of run as command to, at some point during the solving of the box. Okay, so we gave this command. Don't have permission to access this resource. Okay, what was the double encoded one? The double encoded one was... Oh, we did the double encoded one with the web browser. The web browser. Yeah, so it said not found. Let's give this one again. Give this one again. And then we can go to the access log. Okay, so this got... So this isn't going to fire off because the special characters got URL encoded. Yeah, I'm kind of running out of ideas too. Man. Okay, so what else could we do? So SSRF, URL scheme, etc. password, right? Okay. Maybe we should go back to that remote file inclusion stuff, because that did seem pretty cool. Problem is, maybe we should try doing a very simple PHP file. Okay, give me PHP code. Every special character gets encoded, so RFI is kind of useless. For hello world. I just want to make sure that the code isn't actually working. So PHP echo hello world. Okay, let's just create this file on our server. Okay, and we've got our SMB server running up here, and in here we're gonna do yeah, okay. The PHP code is not being executed. That sucks. We also have our RFI on this target through access to a remote server's SMB server. The remote server's SMB, but PHP code is not being executed through RFI. It usually means that the what? The included file is being treated as plain text rather than passed to the PHP interpreter. Okay. The web server is configured to prevent remote PHP code execution either through configuration settings or file type restrictions. In such scenarios, you can explore the following alternative approaches. Using non-PHP exploitation methods. What if I rename the PHP files to something with another extension? So
maybe I could rename hello.php to hello.phtml. Pebble says, I just downloaded the box. How do you run it with VBox? So first of all, you need to let me grab the So over here I've got the settings. First of all, you have to make sure that USB, well, okay, USB seems to be connected here, but usually I disconnect USB. For the network, I do a host-only adapter, and so the host-only adapter means that the box can't communicate to the internet, and you have to make sure that your attacker box is also on the host-only adapter. You can have more than one adapter for any of your virtual boxes. So your Kali box should be on the host-only adapter as well as some other adapter that can communicate with the internet. And aside from that, there isn't too much more to know about it. To actually import the box, you have to go inside the virtual box. You need to go to File and then Import Appliance, and then select the OVA file. Yeah, so select File, Import Appliance from VirtualBox, and then Import Appliance. Okay, so let's try this PHTML file and see if it executes that instead. Where are we? Same thing. Okay, so attempts use non-PHP exploitation methods. If PHP code execution is not working, consider including other types of files that may give valuable information or control. Attempt to include files like etc password or Windows equivalents such as log poisoning. Inject the PHP code into log files or session files on the target server and include those files via RFI. Include those files via RFI, but how? Exploit dynamic content through RFI. Okay. So this won't execute PHP but can trigger client-side attacks. Test for local file inclusion, okay. Force the target to fetch files. Ensure that their server fetches and executes as intended for SMB. Ensure that your SMB share is accessible. Okay. Place your payload.php in the shared directory. Oh. But I can't write any of this. Exploit file handling in SMB. If the server doesn't execute PHP but still fetches your file, you can explore. Information disclosure. Serve files from SMB share that contain attacker-controlled content to observe target's interaction. File upload. Attempt to exploit any mechanism that saves included files to the file system. Include a writable path or a path where the file might land. So I can't write any of these files. Double check PHP configuration. Okay. php.ini, so I have access to this. Escalation with file inclusion.
Include config.php to find sensitive information. Config.php, okay, so... Whoops. God damn it. Okay. On a Windows Apache install of PHP, where is the PHP config.php file? Okay, so web application directory. Config.php Apache document root. If you're working with the custom PHP application, the config.php file might be located in the document root, htdocs config.php. But I'm not going to be able to read that, I don't think. But let's try that out just for fun. See. File not found. File not found. Okay, so I think I'm gonna need to call it in about 10 minutes or so, because I do need to get dinner at a reasonable time, so I don't screw up my entire schedule. But it's been interesting exploring this box. php.ini, okay. So I think I've got php.ini. File dump. Okay, where are we? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so what relevant details are this GII file? This is too long. Okay, maybe we can do 500. Okay, so this is PHP-NA. Big file. Okay. Now, details, this. Okay, so we got finally managed to paste this in. Okay, so let's see. PHP initialization, PHP settings, display errors, error reporting, log errors, short open tag is turned off. Okay. Output buffering and compression, session management. Allows URL rewriter function to rewrite URLs on the fly. Maximum input time, miscellaneous. Recommendations. Okay, so is there any... There's no going back. There's no going back. Pebble says, how did you set up the networking between the VMs? Wasn't paying attention for that part. So whatever network connection you have for your Kali Linux machine, you want to add another network connection for your Kali Linux. Let me demonstrate. So let me get... Okay, let me grab the settings. Okay, so over here, so there's their network, right? So inside the network, you want to make sure that that any Windows machine is on a host-only adapter, because host-only adapters means that the VMs can only talk to each other and can't connect to the internet. So make sure that your Windows machine is on the host-only adapter, and whatever attacker machine is also on the host-only adapter, so that they can talk to each other but can't talk to the internet. You also want to make sure that your Kali machine is on another interface, so you can add a second adapter to your Kali machine, and then make sure that one is the host-only adapter and the other one is some sort of interface that can connect to the internet. And that's what you need to know. Okay. Let's see. Man, if only we could read this this PHP. So maybe we can look for some other PHP wrapper. PHP wrapper base64. PHP wrappers and streams. Data filter expect far. This looks kind of complicated. Filter chain generator.py. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it here, but let's see if we can raid somebody. We're gonna be back. Let's see. It's Friday. It's Friday, everybody. It's party time. I hope everybody can have a great weekend. But we'll be back on Monday, and we're gonna be covering more. We're gonna be doing our last week of Windows boxes, and we're also going to be doing doing a lot more TryHackMe Advent of Cyber. Let's find some people. Let's find somebody to raid. So sometimes it doesn't actually show you who is actually on from InfoSec streams, but I'm gonna look on my own Twitch and see if there's anybody cool on. Okay, so let's see. So the science stream is on. They like to do a lot of science-related content, and I think they're doing some cool stuff right now. Let me take a look. So they're looking at plants and stuff. So if you're interested in science, you'll love this stream. All right. So before we go, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
And we're gonna raid science streams. And when you get the science stream, please type in this raid message. I would really appreciate it. It is hip hop hack, and with the OS frog like this. Okay. All right, Pebble, if you're able to crack that box, please let me know, because yeah, it's been a really tough going for me. All right, see you later and have a great weekend. We'll see you next time.